Well, hello. Let me just check a couple things here real quick before we get started. And make sure that everything is working correctly. Made a couple changes over the week. We just want to make sure that it's all hunky-dory. So far, I think we're okay. All right. We're going to push on. And if anything breaks, we'll just handle it. Oh, hello. What are you complaining about? Nothing important. Let's take you, put you on quiet. So, we were working on trying to get notifications to bubble up, and I did get a response back on that. Let me go check here what they had to say. Not that channel, this channel. So they did say some mouse events are automatically propagated, but things like that, or things like what we want, we do need to raise ourselves. Is that the terminal game stuff, multiplayer user dungeon? Yes. Yes, it is. And he gave me an example here. So in the parent handler, which is in the map UI screen, sorry, in the map widget, what we need to do let's just tidy this up real quick. And it won't be in here. It'll be up here when we build it. What we need to do when we add these things... Ooh, actually, it might be in there. Because... probably have to register a listener for each one of them. For when they change. Actually, we can hook into what we already did. No, we moved that. We look at room tile. Just tidy this up real quick so we're not so disorganized. Apply change happens. This raises our custom event. And then we need to, yeah, it's going to have to be as we are building. The view grid. And then here, we're going to keep custom, but just because other things might be firing. And let's do... let's take a quick peek. We did this for the menu bar. We just called it a menu event. Yes, okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think I probably want to do that. Kind of a similar setup here. And then we can add things as we need them. It'll be more or less flexible, I think. We need a type. Map event can just be an int. I don't care. That's fine. And this is map updated. We'll say. Nope, not map widget. Map event. Iota +1 so that we don't have a 0 default value. Default will be invalid. And then here, we need a stringer just for sanity later. Do that. Let's call it what it is, just for good measure. Oh, I already had... What? Oh, I did... Okay. You were for the message broker. We don't need that anymore. Wait, do we? Hang on. Let me think. We were working on replacing it. We still need it for... Comment this real quick. While we check this out. Used in 3 places. What we need to see... We do this when we do... No, this doesn't have a message broker in it anymore. It's the edit bar that still has that. So we're good to get rid of, I think, all of those. We can replace them with this. Let's open edit bar to make sure. App widget is not happy. Why are you unhappy? I think that's a lie. Yeah, there we go. Let's open edit bar because that was the only place that still had stuff related to the message bus, specifically for skills. And we might replace that too with the event system. And nothing's complaining that it, well, yeah, nothing should import this. Message broker. No map event. Okay, yeah, we should be good here. Okay, now. Up here in menu bar, right? No, I lied. In here, first and foremost, while we're building, connection on clicks, we'll need... We send a click event. And we register the... We just pass this up for the cancel. If we go to connection, did we do it in connection yet? Or did we only do rooms so far? I think we only did rooms so far. Rooms. Yes. Okay, so let's just finish rooms first and then we can circle back and do connections. Rooms in the on click. We do that, and then we also need to pass up chain or a custom. Ooh. Let's be careful here too. Room the tiles. Okay, we do have tile events created. So we just need to catch this. Basically in the same way we did this over here when we catch on click on, we're looking for on the custom event. No, this is menu bar. Sorry, I'm in the wrong place. This right here. We need to catch it and then type assert it as that and then pass it up. We can do that. Let's scoot you over here real quick. Pass up tile apply change events as a map change events. So we do custom. You just make sure we do have to base assert it. Except for this is just going to be apply change. Like so. Why are you unhappy? Oh, sorry. Not apply change. Tile event. I don't need to call this tile event. We'll leave it for now. It's just a little redundant when you call it that way. And then let's just refer back to what we did here. We did a switch. We'll do the same thing. Switch on the event type. Case tiles dot apply change. We do handle event. I think double check. Oh, can I just actually do... No, we want to make sure that this is correct. But... parent widget and handle event. Can I do this from the children? Instead of doing send, no. This still needs to be this. Because send won't do what we want. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? How's your week been? Hey, thanks for the follow. That's a follower goal, even. Let's do hiring. Yeah, some days it'd be like that. Oh, my alerts box is broken again for sounds. I forgot to check it, and that always means it's broken. Let's fix our goal, because we need a new one now. Where are you? Manage goals. There you are. There we go. We were affected by GCP shutdown. Oh, gotcha. I did hear about that. It was like a Cloudflare issue. Or no work yesterday for half a day. Our sec proxy was on GCP. That's exciting. Are you... My goal manager is broken? That's fun. Let's refresh. It's like, what the fuck, no backup on other clouds, right? Yeah. Yes. Absolutely. There. Now we're fixing. Or we fixed. New goal. In meta, they call this situation Clown Town. Nice. Does that mean you used to work for Meta? Or I guess if you want to share. Awesome. 5 years? Gotcha. You have your LinkedIn on Twitch profile? I don't have LinkedIn. I don't like LinkedIn. It feels very gross. Very open person. Gotcha. Nice little breeze. If it becomes a wind, I'll have to go close a window. What is my opinion of UE 5.6 or UE 5 in general? I don't work in it. As a consumer, it's fine. Unreal's always looked pretty. It's the only social media without regular BS. That was exactly why I quit it, was because it has professional BS. But also it was becoming weird and creepy. And that just might have been because I quit it like in 2020-ish. And like there was a bunch of people sharing Facebook level stuff on there. And like hitting on recruiters in their public comments to their things, and it was just really gross and weird. And I was like, nah, I don't like this. Kind of died down. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the professional BS either, though. Like some of it's just so unhinged. Gosh. We don't actually handle event yet. We need to create an event. We're going to do the same thing as we did here, except we're going to raise it as. I'm just going to copy you. We're going to raise it as a map change event. This is map updated, rather. I use Skype to connect with my long-term friends. So now we use LinkedIn. Oh yeah, didn't they just shut down Skype not so long ago? And then this is MW. We'll call you that. We'll set you handled. They transferred to Teams. Gotcha. Is it easy to make our own game engine that can help us even making our 2D stylized game like Stardew Valley or Terraria? No. Making game engines is hard. I know because I'm making one and it's a dumb idea. Like, I would look at... I'm making a game engine because I wanted to make a game engine. If I wanted to make the game more than the engine, I would look at Godot for a 2D game. You could do Unity, but I wouldn't because they keep going back and forth on their pricing stuff. So that would make me personally a little leery. And Unreal, I don't even know if it supports 2D really well. It's really more of a 3D engine from what I know, but I could be an idiot. I don't work with it. Yeah, it's an easy transition, but I'm not going to use Teams. Right, yeah, I don't blame you. I've only used it for calls for interviews, and I hate it already. Other option, make a game without using engines, so you're doing both game and engine. I mean, that's kind of where we're going here, but like it depends on what you want to do, right? So we set the thing we got in handled. We pass it up, essentially. Then over here, instead of menu bar, We're going to have a very similar block, but we can just borrow and massage. Is it worth it? Hundreds of error and no's until your engine works? Like, you have to define what worth it means for yourself, right? That's a big... There's a lot that goes into that, that call, right? Do you want to make the engine to learn how to write an engine? Or because you need a thing that no other engine provides? Then probably. If you need to make an engine because that's the only way you become a real game developer, then no. There's lots of great games that use off-the-shelf engines, right? And then here, we'll put you in, because you're going to be on the map widget. This will not be this. This will be a map event. And actually, we forgot to do this over here, and we want to. Except for this is MW. We got one extra of them. We called it something else here. Called it that. This is unhandled. Tile event. This is not any of this. We'll just delete this. This is just a map event. This is map updated. That means we need to tell not edit bar, menu bar, which we didn't scaffold in yet. Is it for the roguelike style games or fully text adventure type? Text adventure. I want to do some UI for it, but primarily I want it to be text. Okay, the unsafe changes. We do have it, except for you are this, that, all we need to do. Theoretically now, if I remembered to open the terminal, we should be able to see it working, or rooms. Take a second to build. Taking a long time to build for some reason. What's going on there? Did I... Did I create an... Oh, there it goes. Apparently my cache must have fallen over. So if we open our map, kaboom, we come in here, we make a change. Ah. Ah. It's not refreshing. Betcha. Because I believe we let typegen do this part. Menu bar, typegen. We did. Okay. But if we do this, get rid of you, and then do that, exclude that. We'll just regen in a second here. But we need to give this set and saved changes. Like so. But then we call update on it. We do that. There we go. Oop, did I change that? No. Okay. Now, hopefully. Yes. Fantastic. Unsaved changes. If we save, it should go away, and it does. And then we can put that back. Unsaved changes. We save, and it goes away. Loves it. Okay, now we need to do the same for the connection tiles. And let's rename this to register events. And if we spell it correctly, it'll work better. Because this is also where we're going to do the same thing, but for the connection tiles as well, because they're a discrete different thing. But the code is actually the same, because it's still a tiles event. It's still in the tiles package. We still want to raise a map updated event when this thing has an event fire. We need to do this, and we also need to do let's do this. Actually, can we do... No, because they're different. We'd have to, it would be a pain. We're going to say send change events. This will actually be internal only. It will be this. This being internal, let's put it also down here at the bottom with its with its friends. And then here, we can do send change already exists. Let's do that. And we can do the same thing here. Send apply. Hello to you. How's it going? That there and there. That gets the tile. We need to test. It should be fine here because nothing's wired up for connection to send it, but the pieces all are fine. We can run it to test the. We should get the unsaved changes warning if we delete a tile. And we do. How do I test this without screwing up my test data? So I'd have to save it to get away. I guess I don't really care. It doesn't really matter. Oh, wow. That breaks things real good, too. Okay, we need to fix that as well. Let's rerun that. I'm going to do one here just because it's less likely that I'll want to change it again in the future. Okay, that needs to apply as well. To apply to send the event. I think I change. It's because here. Okay. It's because we return early here. But we kind of need to do it both places. I guess we can get rid of that and do this. Whatever happens, happens, and then we apply, and then we return nil. Okay. Go down to our corner here. Hmm. What have I done? You handle my drop. You should be nil if there. Oh, no, it's not. It's because you don't. You still represent a map tile. That's why we did it that way. Isn't it? Maybe I'm wrong. Let's go check. I believe you are here in init. Mouse drag. Looking for mouse drop. Oh, you'd actually be here, wouldn't you? Because you're on the widget itself. Drop. We defer an update. Map tile is not nil. We do this. Which is our confirmation. We apply a change, else we apply a change. And you should be nil at that point. If we're sending change, though, do we even need the tile event? The only thing we're worried about right now is change. Let's not have that unless we need to have more events. Yeah. Actually, this whole thing can go if that's the case. I think I got ahead of myself with that one. Or I was planning something and I've completely forgotten about it and I'll have to redo that later, which is fine. We'll take these out. And we'll take this out as well. That can still stay down there. Because after we... Okay, actually, we can do... This all can just go back to where it was? Because we handled it up here. We just need to wire up the listening correctly. Which will be here. And it's going to eliminate a lot of code. On change... let me double check there. They had a... On change, and we do mw dot handle event. That just passes it up. That's even better. As long as it works. Then we do the same thing here. Handle event. And then up here. Ooh. This should be fine. Let's try to get rid of this too. If we can do it all with a built-in, I would really rather. On change. Rid of all this. Get rid of this. All this extra work we don't need to do if we can get away with just calling that. Theoretically, we should be able to. In here, actually, we're going to also do, to avoid updates that aren't necessary, we'll check it. Because we don't need to call update on that widget if it doesn't change. Let's test that really quick. We might still have to fix the drag and drop triggering it, but that's fine. Open you. See if this triggers it. It does. Okay, fantastic. We need to relaunch just to be sure. We'll leave that down there empty to test. Open you. If we delete, doesn't fire that. Okay, right. Yes, because we didn't do. That's a different place. That's okay. We'll fix it real quick here in a second. We'll do it right now, actually. When we do the delete, send change. My camera has gone blurry today again. Fix that real quick too. We'll fix everything, just all of it. See, are you going to crash and die? No. You're going to be happy. Fantastic. That's better. Run this. And deleting this. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? That works. What have I forgotten? Rim tile. Update data. Send change. There was no error. Let's do a trace real quick. No event over here either. But why for? That would be an edit bar. In the room stuff. Room form. Call delete on you. What silly mistake have I made? And where? Okay, do that. Get over there. Open you. Sending change. No change ever received. Update data. Set the map tile. We send a change if that happens. Hmm. But that's fine, because if the coordinates somehow did get changed, then we would want to change. Something has changed. That'd be correct. Update connection buttons. Then we call update. That shouldn't have any issues. I guess we can put it after. Shouldn't matter, though. Hey, Misha, how's it going? How's your week been? Open map. Delete. We were fixing delete first. Delete. Delete tile. But the widget stays. We call handle event. This should also work. Okay, and it doesn't. Why doesn't it? That would lead me to believe that this is somehow not correct. Which is exactly what they told me to do. But let's do that. Sending change fired, but nothing else. Nothing there either. Let's try. Finally did some progress in learning Go / programming over the last 2 days. Did some basic, oops, full screen got me. Basic HTTP API stuff with Postgres SQL database. Learned that you do not need a fancy framework to build a simple website. Yes. Really didn't know that before. Yeah, with Go, a lot of the stuff is in the standard library. It's one of my favorite things about it. Unsure where to go from now again, but finally some progress. Yeah, awesome. I guess it depends on what do you want to do with Go. Sending change, forwarding change does not happen. what gives there. Take a look at this real quick. Maybe I'm forgetting something silly. Sends that. And this shouldn't matter because this is a drop event, or we're firing it manually from within delete. Where have I hidden this bug? Are they going work to work a bit more web stuff? Okay, gotcha. So that I can be sure that I understand what is happening. Then I'm either going to look into building something for my terminal or build something with a Raspberry Pi. Nice. Don't necessarily know that I have any suggestions for what to how to make that easier, but like you're on the right track just by building a project that's interesting to you, right? And you can kind of just figure it out as you go. You'll run into the brick walls and get over them, and you'll just kind of learn on the fly, which is what I do. That's what I think is the best way to learn. Double checking another thing here as well. Is the game engine going? Also making some progress? Yeah. I had events wired up using custom events, but when I tried to fall back to the change event that was built in, for some reason, it didn't work. But now I'm also checking out another thing real quick because Nightbot doesn't seem to be working correctly, which is a new addition. Oh. that's not. That's not helpful to me. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to leave that alone for now. This we will fix, though. So we're sending a change on a change event. This doesn't get fired. So it's like... And I wonder if I can get this to show up in debug. I don't think so, because nothing's going to bubble it up. Sends change event. Let's see if we can do... Can we do something with... Can we look at something... Let's think here. What would have a change? Forms. Forms have change events. We can look at their code to kind of reverse engineer what we should be doing, in theory. In this case, let's see, they're using this. This is the value widget. On input, we send change with that event up. And then on change, we... Oh. This is... WB. Is widget base, probably. So they're hanging off the value widget here. The um the other thing that sends text field, I think, sends them. I could be way off there. Not on change. Send change. This just calls it directly, which is what we're doing, which should be fine. I wonder if it's because we're a button. Does button fire? No. Could that be related? this tell me anything about like abilities I need? Just sends events.change. If we go look at send, if I'm nil, then return, okay. It's a click, it's not. There is no original. It eventually calls handle event. Well, I guess I lied. The original is the change. None of that makes any sense. As to why it wouldn't work, right? Do that, and then and that should be registered to listen. Does that change events? Let me see if we can get well, hang on one sec. The send change. It's not change with original. Which original is empty. It's not a click. It would make this and call handle on it. Let's see if we can see it. I hate debugging events because it's so noisy, but kind of need to in this case. So settings, debug, event trace, move you and fill my console with spam. And we'll just start here. Apply. Nothing. Okay. Not surprising. Forgot to turn off the debug so that I can actually see something after I close this. We have register events on change. This is the only place room tiles get added. My project for this weekend will be to write, or at least rewrite my NeoVim configuration. Had a lot of issues lately. My formatter deletes extremely important stuff sometimes. That's unfortunate. I don't even know how this is possible, right? Slowly starting to wish that I would just use a normal IDE. That sounds about right. the lack of my desire to tinker is kind of the primary reason that I don't want to mess with NeoVim, right? I just want to build stuff. I don't imagine that this would be doing it, but just for fun, we'll take it out. We might just go back to the custom event because nothing. Okay. Because A, it was working, and B, I'm not entirely convinced that this isn't going to fire more often than I think it is. Due to framework magic TM, right? Can you explain what a mud engine is? I've never heard of this term. It's a game engine that runs a mud game. The other thing we could do, just for the heck of it, is we could say... say this. And see if we get the trace. Print out. We don't. Nor do we get it there. That's really weird. Um, why would that be? Wasn't Ultima like that? Ultima Online? Or was there an Ultima before? There was an Ultima before. No. Ultima looks like it had graphics. Even in the early days. But kind of similar. MUDs are text. Ultima looks like, I mean, it looks tile-based, but Ultima would be like the next generation. MUDs were like if you could play Zork online with your friends. Oh, you get it, thanks. Yeah, sure. Why is this? Like it's ignoring send change. What if we were to, instead of calling send change, which... Oh, you know what? Edit bar. When we do stuff here, I bet you we handle it on close, which we kind of hijacked for um, deleting on change. We apply change. This is the form, though. Let's make sure. This is connection widget. That needs to be not handled, for one. Because that triggers a refresh. I bet you we have it in here also for rooms. File widget, on change, yeah. Ugh, I'm stupid. I feel like at this point my NeoVim has just become the project I want to build. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, like if you want to mess with that, then that's awesome, right? The interest that gets you to do things is good. It's like every other project. It's really fun to work on. If it works, if it doesn't, it's just pain. I mean, that's all things. Also, I managed to impress my professor with it, or he was at least impressed on on how much time some people waste on stuff like this. I mean, either could be the case. But like, just because I don't want to spend the time to tweak my NeoVim or tweak a NeoVim, doesn't mean that I don't like understand the desire to have your tools set up the way you want it to be. Oh, a hydrate. Delicious. Um, like I can totally understand why you might want to do that, right? And eventually, theoretically, hopefully, you get to a point where your custom environment is more pleasant for you to work in. Okay. I need to test this now that I have possibly figured out how I have shot myself in the foot. Do this. Apply. Okay, still not. But. Let me just make sure. That can stay off. That's fine too. There's also a chance I might have done this somewhere else. Make sure before I get too discouraged by the fact it wasn't instantly better. Hello, am I making a text-based MUD? Yes. Well, specifically the engine for one, and specifically right now, the map editor to build a map for one. Hello to you too. Delete. Also still not working. Okay, we need to check. Rid of that for now. So cool. Thanks. Appreciate that. Edit bar. Get you over here with your friends. Why that closed? On change. On change. Change. That's a form. We just call refresh on this. So that should pass it up now. We lost our debug, though. That's a problem. Wait, no. Looking at the wrong one. We still have you. And you didn't fire. Wait, no, you did. You did fire. Okay. Forwarding event. Setting changes true. Okay. But I thought, am I losing my mind? That's possible. This, click apply. I need to fix that too. Delete fired it, but didn't set that. But it did fire twice. Oh, I got rid of my... Gosh. Just a comedy of errors. Replace that while I was trying to figure out a thing to look at. Okay, so, not there. But here, yes. This... Let's switch back. To that. Okay, that still works good. I like that syntax better. It's less. It's less. When we do send change on delete, apply change, that shouldn't matter. We need to look at edit bar real quick. On change, that's connections. This is still connections. This is set selected. Room form. Apply change, it gets called. That's why. Okay. It's because we don't always do it from here. Because this is only for drag and drop. So what we actually need to do is take this out of there so that we don't fire more than we need. I think we can still else this. There was something wrong with that though. Test it. Didn't know about Cogent Core. Is the thing nice to work with? Its docs are lacking, and it's still kind of early days. But I've in general enjoyed most of it. Didn't realize what MUD stood for. That's really cool. Gotcha. Cogent Core windowing thing. It's the UI framework that I'm using. Okay, that worked for unsaved changes to be popped. Let's restart the window real quick. That worked for unsaved changes to pop up. Now we need to make sure that drag and drop pops it up. And drag and drop doesn't work at all. Okay. That's because when we do the drag and drop up here, oh, you know what? I'm dumb. Add tile and update. Maybe I'm not. Because I forgot to take that out. I think. because we used to return early, but now we just if else it, not you. Down here. Okay, unsafe changes works, but I'm not getting my reload. It's not actually writing. And it's because on our drop, not nil, we do all that. Otherwise, we just apply changes with the tile data. Except that should work. Because we get the data out of the drag and drop instead. Let's check and make sure. If I manually apply it, it works. Okay. Why would that be different? I guess we can actually test overwriting too. Oop. Sure, and that changes. Okay. Still weird. I change with the tile data. We don't see an error unless I'm blind. Take this out. Oops, not that line. That line. How you doing anyway, Sai? How's your week been? How's your engine? I change. We only fire that once. Actually, let me leave that in real quick. Just in case something funky's happening. Setting changes true. Right, it does fire. It doesn't display. That's an important distinction. Call update on that. Add tile. We send change regardless. Which would come back up, and then unless, but I don't. I just pass you up. So anybody listening should get that. There update did that though. Double check. No, doesn't. How was that working before if we didn't call update? Feel as though I'm making a silly omission. Double check you. That puts you in there. Unsafe changes goes on. It also doesn't get selected when we do that. If I stash you. Yes, yes, yes. Was this a bug before and I just missed it? Right, you don't exist. That's fine. This. And if you're not selected, need to fix that. That's fine. Okay, it was a bug before. Gotcha. And I bet you it was because if this is open, then it works. Interesting. Okay, so I have something sneaky going on here. Update data will fix that part. We also need to set it as selected. Or do we? Update data will fix that. You look familiar, like I've seen you in Game of Thrones. Thanks. Do we want to select them when we, maybe not. Because if you're doing like multiple rooms and you're just like bop, 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 maybe that's perfectly kosher. Let's leave it that way for now. And we'll kind of evaluate it when we get to really using it as to whether or not it sucks. Let's see here. Let's take this out now that we've got that part figured out. We will check on connection tiles. They will need to also do things. I think we already handled register events. Yes, we already handled passing the event up, which should fire this just fine. So we just need to actually send it when we change. Update data, would that be the place? All that copying manuscripts really paid off, it seems. Is that a Game of Thrones joke? I actually haven't seen the series. I read the books back when it was popular. And then, like, he was doing prequels or something, and I totally fell off the IKEA wagon. Update data. Connect all associated tiles. We only need this to happen. So the connection should fire those changes. It is nice. The connection changes should fire because on the connection data goes onto the rooms. This really only needs to be done. Series really let me down, but the first few seasons are really good. Gotcha. Any scene Tywin is just perfect. Gotcha. Yeah, I heard a lot of people were disappointed with the later parts after a strong start. But that seems to be kind of like the story arc of the series interpretation of beloved IPs anymore. Like The Witcher. The first season was pretty good. Second season is all right. And then they like totally screwed everything up. So, you know. Game of Thrones last season was something special. In a good way or a bad way? Special in the way of the train wreck that you can't look away from. Worst way possible? Yeah, that's what I heard. Can't wait to see how Ciri became a Witcher. Connection edit widget on change. Why have you called yourself Tiles 2 again? Hang on, let me fix. If I just take this out. Oh, I can't do that. I would need to call you tiles, and then you become redundant and you can come out. I don't know why you wanted to be tiles 2. Okay, so we called room form connection widget, connection edit widget. We call connect on them. So here is where we need to actually no. Yes. Because connect updates the data if it is updated. So here is where we need to do, except for we don't have a but actually it ends up calling it on this tile. This is on the server side in game map. But that's still the origin is a game map tile. But what then updates the refresh selection that updates them? So how am I going to hand that up? Because they get updated. And if we change that, this might be fine still. We update data on the connection, which is the connection tile, which is here. Let's then change here. And let's double check. That we're not firing this a ton of places. Okay, yeah, that gets fired on load then, because that update gets called as part of building them. I was afraid of that. We would need to update data. We call the update func, which is what gets passed in that builds the connections. Tricky. What can we drive this deterministically off of to be more certain that we have an actual change? What actually writes? All associated tiles. We have we don't have. We have these guys though. We send change here. This is for drag and drop. Which we might have to move that as well in the same way we did the room tile one, but this. Oh, right. Yes. If we look at, for example, horizontal, open, thank you. Right, because this is just that. Because nothing here, this is just for icons. That's tricky. Because the connection that data actually lives on the rooms. I didn't think about that. But maybe that's okay. We don't want to do it here. Update data should be getting called as part of building the tile as well. Yeah, it gets called a lot. Like when we set a map, it gets called, so we don't want it there. Apply change. That's room form. We want this, but not that one. This one. We just call connect. Crap. This doesn't have a pointer to a widget that can send a signal. Nor should it really. We just want this form data. And we connect these and then update the UI. Do that with the refresh here. What's this? I guess we could. We update data. Runs this, which is going to be this. Build connections, which has a connection tile. But I guess what we could do is say that this associated tiles wouldn't change. We can do all that, and then we can defer and say if we need to defer this as an anonymous function. We can say if the we can't do that because we can't just do an equality there. Invalid transits. Check length, but that wouldn't be. These always get built in the same order, though. So perhaps we can say Well, no, this isn't going to work either because it's going to start with nothing and then get built. Crap. Maybe I'm overthinking this. What if where does update data get called from? Why aren't you showing me usages? You're using tiles. You can use an edit bar. And refresh the selection. But what we do know here in theory, connect all associated tiles, get connection data in our room tile. We do the update. Wondering if we can track like initialized state, basically. Double check also. Where we create you right here. Register events. You don't happen here. You get called in finalized view grid. That's where we update the data on the rooms, which updates you. Updates this. So again, reused. Which is also problematic. But so if I was to come in here, add something to this, apply, it needs to fire. If I delete a connection, it also needs to fire. If I add a new connection, it has to fire. Also applies to drag and drop added, etc. But that's room. This is connection widget. This form being a connection form. As a connection data struct. Which only stores tiles, which makes sense. But We're running the same problem here because we use this to finalize. But I guess we could we could still kind of do this idea. I'm not sure if this is too undependable or not. Not false. Bool. If I do this and I say, if it's not finalized, then we do that. Not update, change. That way, anytime it gets called after the first time to update data, we assume it's changed. No, because something else is calling it. Why are you being called twice? Because this will update, okay. This will update this data. This will update this data. That's a problem. Why are we calling update data on you? In here. If you're a connection tile, which we used to do, I'm not sure why we switched to this. It was because we wanted to make sure that, or we wanted to do less checks. But maybe it's still fine. It's probably easier this way because if the connection tile is nil, because it's a placeholder, we're still probably adding less than we are to double check every single connection tile. But this also problematic. Because until you get updated, you don't get this set. We would need to do set parent map. We update data. Which you don't know about. Okay, yeah, right. That's why we're doing rooms. Because the rooms don't know about all their neighbors. Hey, thanks for follow. Really appreciate that. The rooms don't know about all of their neighbors until we finalize the view grid. That's why we're doing this and just taking the accepting the fact that our checks would be kind of blowing up. Back this up real quick, just for now. We won't completely discount the idea of checking that. Or changing that, rather. What is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. But I'm going to use the restroom real quick and refill my water bottle. So I'll be right back, and then we'll figure out what I want to do with this. So I've kind of worked myself into a corner. Be right back. All right, that's better. So, maybe I can still determine a change. I can do in our update here where we build connections. We do this out here because we need knowledge of the view grid and our neighbors, which is why we pass this function into the tiles. But I'm not sure we need to still do that. Because we were dealing with circular import issues. And if we just put the view grid itself, or rather a pointer to it, into the widget, we might come out ahead. And then does that get us anything, though? Not really. Is it sufficient to say if there's not at least one, or actually we could do if there is at least one, then we do this. No. What we really need to do is just stop doing this work over and over again. Update data. This needs to stay where it is for the sake of being able to update later. That's still true. But our finalize method may still work if we move the room finalization, update connection buttons. That's still true. That needs to happen in the startup of this. But what if instead would this make sense? It makes sense to have this here. And we could call finalize on both of them. But update data. This would look almost the same, except we wouldn't do this part. But if we're going to do that, then we could just add. We have a new already. I'm not sure if anything's using that anymore. Let's just do a new one real quick. A new bool for finalized. And then this, if it has been finalized, then we'll run through and update y'all. Otherwise, we'll set it as true here. After we update that. And then we do the same thing here. Already have you We just didn't, we took you out down here. We didn't take you out up there. It's fine. If it's not nil, if that send change, otherwise set it. Like so. And then in here, when we finalize the view grid, not here, here, when we finalize the view grid, we come in here, update data, but we don't do this. What we do is say, can we do this? These are methods, though. I'm not sure. Yeah, okay. That's good. Perfect. If we say that this is a view grid tile, then we call update on you. This just becomes a tile count in total. Then, well, that ain't good, is it? Why didn't you get called? It's because the room tiles have to be finalized first. Otherwise, when it goes around them, they don't have their transits set up. Crap. And they don't know where their buttons are until... No, that's fine. They can run through first. Well, okay, so they don't know where their buttons are because they won't exist yet as we're building them. We still need finalize to do that. FR? For real? What's for real? Hello to you as well. Could go through twice with one after the other, I suppose. It seems really, really rough, though. But I guess on startup, it's not so bad. Put this back to room tiles. We just need to duplicate this. And do one count. I guess we could do both. In info logs. We can say room tiles were found, and then that and then this becomes connection tile. I don't know that I love that, but oh, I forgot to do this too. Come over here. Open the map. You still don't happen. Why not? What's going on? Update data. Because it found none of you? Connection tile. Hang on a second. Back this up. Go back to this. You were just in my way. Go away. Run this. How many tiles does it say it evaluated? 10 by 10 grid, so there should be 100. And it's only 100. It's not evaluating connection tiles. Update data means you run update func, which is build connections. But okay, so that's not even being called though, because this happens outside of that. Well, that ain't right. View grid, view grid. It's all my Zoom stuff. Build view grid. You are a connection tile. Oh, capitalization is a problem. That's why. X and view grid Y. Open map. Y'all are connection tiles. Double check. that out of there. Oh, what a dummy. You're good, Tile. Oops. No wonder I was having issues. Now, let's see what we get. $441, so 100. And then it says 300. There are two. That sounds about right. There's like two and some odd. It would be doubled because of all these, plus the outlines, so it's 4 times 4. That sounds roughly right. Double check. View grid. No. I create U with the defined size up here. But it's in build tiles, I think. Build view grid. So it's 100, 201 by 201. That's times 2 plus 1. $200 by 200 is 400. That makes sense. But it would be something, right? But also I don't get them in the deal. Their UI doesn't update until I click on them. Update data. Does call update. So why doesn't it show? Until I click. As part of your update, we do set that up. Ah, I wonder if come look at you in the inspector. We just pick a thing. Into map widgets, a thing that should have a thing. Does have a connection insert in it. It's not set to invisible. These are, though. Would these be invisible? Oh yeah, and it eventually updated and they all went in. Something isn't getting CT connections, which we should have after running this. Do I just need to call this to get you to refresh your stuff? Ah, okay. So 21 by 21 is my... which is 441. Okay. That is the correct size too. So I'm 21 wide, which each is 10. Times 2 is 20 plus 1. Okay, yes. I can math some days. I want to be sure now that deleting you, for instance. Oop, actually, it was already... Oh, something broke. I messed something up. I think it might have also popped up, but as soon as I clicked on it, it did. Ugh. Okay. What do I want to do about this? It's a pain in my butt. Um, this may not be the right answer for this particular junction, this particular problem. Could do this. What is a mud game engine? It's a game engine that runs a mud game. If we, regardless of if we move this connection in, which I would like to do, I think, but the up here, what we can do. But this isn't okay because it's not exported. We'd have to export it, which we don't really want to do. What we're going to do is take this out real quick for just 1 second. What else did we make changes to here? Because this is going to get a little bit more complicated than I was hoping. Make sure this is all still working correctly. Yes, is the answer to that. I think we triggered the update when we click on them because selecting them does it. I think selecting them does it because when we make a change, we need to refresh them. And because we don't have access to... I think that's directly tied to this inability to detect when one has been changed, because they're kind of only a UI element. Let's do a quick commit here. For the room part, get room tile updates to trigger the unsaved changes warning. Push that up because first things first, connection tiles already know about their own view grid. And I think we wanted to move these in earlier, but we just didn't. For some reason. Actually, we can just pull the whole... Yeah, let me double check. View grid, view log. Whatever. We can fix that. Yeah, just view grid and log is the only things that we actually use the pointer to the map widget for. So, if we pull you over here, just get rid of you entirely for now. You can now be connection tile. We don't need to take this anymore. This is CT. This gets removed completely. CT. You guys. Or just that. Because you're all in package now. These. don't. Need to click all the same places or this will be a mess. Not you. Find transits we'll have to come over to, but that should be fine. Hopefully. But this is why we did a commit before we started doing this, because if I run into a roadblock, it'll be really easy to just throw all this away and rethink. Delete all that. Oops. This needs to be CT dot. There we go. You can come live down here. This will be pointers do connection. Connections. Connection. Now we just need to take these out because it'll just be room tile. All in package now. Like so. And this is the connection tiles view grid. Here and here and here and here. Not there. There. This is all CT. Oop, except for, I think view grid is public currently. We'll put it there for now. We need to dereference these. No? That way. So that we can pull out these indexes as we go. And then we just need to fix log. We don't have log here. But can't do that either because you don't. All right, that's fine. Put these here. I need to figure out what I want to do with logging in this anyway. For now, until we know this works. Just comment out, well, the log stuff. Which is only really for everything is broken sort of things. But we have used this log statement already at least once to figure out something was amiss. Let's leave that there for just a second. Here, we don't need that anymore. Here, we don't need that anymore. Big fan of that. Same with these. And then up here, we skip this check and instead say build connections. And then we do the take it out. Hello again. I went for a little walk earlier because at almost 10 p.m. it was finally not extremely hot outside. 36 degrees today, 97 degrees Fahrenheit if you need it in freedom units. I do need it in freedom units because I have no frame of reference for what Celsius degrees feel like. But I can tell you that today, right here, it is 99 degrees Fahrenheit. So I feel you and your pain. We're supposed to get some winds coming up, though. Double check when that's supposed to happen. Oh, it's supposed to happen right now. Well, it's not windy out there yet. We'll keep an eye on it. If it gets windy and dusty, I'll have to close a window or two. That's fine. We don't need this in here anymore either. Let's see if everything works when we do that. Nope, I've already see a couple things that popped up on me. Yeah, I don't need that anymore. Let's also do actually, while we're here, a quick go generate to make sure it rebuilds all the types and stuff. Here we go. And then try that again. And make sure we get things. Whoa, no, we get explosions. Why we get explosions? Because, view grid isn't set yet. That's why. What is actually... Do we ever set view grid? Come to think of it. Here we sure didn't. We set the coordinates. swear we've been down this path and we used to have this set. Very confused now. But let's do this. We also have our helper for... This is add vertical connection row. We also have the other build. Ah, I forgot to do it in that one. I see. But we'll also handle a nil here. If dot uGrid is not nil, then we do that. I could never live in a region where it is so hot. Even the weather here in Germany is making me want to move to Sweden or something. Luckily, every time when there are extremely hot temperatures, there's always a storm coming after it for some reason, so hopefully Sunday will be rather cold again. Yeah, I am much more of a cold weather creature as well, but it just is what it is, and I've just gotten used to dealing with it, because as a nomad, you just live with kind of unideal temperatures often. Let's give that a shot here. There we go. Let's see if this blow up still. No blow up. Life good. Okay. And if we do that, that works. That works. That works. And also triggers our unsafe changes, which is nice. Sweet bonus. Also I need to do, when we apply that, come out back in. That worked. What else would change you if we did over here? 2-2 to 2-1, for example. Did that. That changed correctly. One other case would be 2-3 to 3-3. If we did that. And if I clicked on the right one, did we see those changes? Okay, so it seems like we're good there. For moving that over, which is good. I like that. Let's go ahead and commit that. And say, moved the connection tile widget update function into the connection tile. It doesn't need to be passed in anymore. Okay. Now. Also just depends on your job. I mean, as a programmer, I just hide in my apartment all day. Yes. But imagine being like a construction worker, especially when you have to build a new street and you have to work with tar or something. I would just pass out after 10 minutes. Yeah. Same is true if you're like trying to do street work in the winter, though. Like they don't do a ton of it, right? But if you have to work outside in the winter for some reason, then it sucks in the cold too. Okay. So that refactor cleans things up a little bit. It doesn't fix the core of my issue. But now that this lives inside of here, I guess we could just snack bar these errors if they're... It's kind of what we've done before. Let's do that temporarily. So that we just have this going forward until we still need to figure out what we want to do with the logging. But message snack bar off of myself as the context. Sprintf the output like so. Actually, I can do all of that. In place of that, tack that on. What editor is this? GoLand. And then the pay isn't even good. I have huge respect for these folks. Yeah, luckily Germany has some amount of labor laws for extreme weather cases, but from what I heard about labor laws in the US, it's not that great over there. Yes, in general, I don't know specifically about people that have to work outside. Like, we don't do road construction in the winter, really, in places where it gets cold. But other types of stuff, I assume still happens? I don't think they do a whole lot of house construction in the winter either, but that also depends on, like, how wintry it gets, too. Get that fixed up temporarily. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and add that just because. Snack bar errors. Temporarily. Errors in build connections temporarily. Until we decide what to do with them. Like so. Alright. Was loud. Now for the problem of stuff. Go land by JetBrains? Yes, correct. Yes, I answered it verbally. I would need to... I could still do, like, the finalized concept, right? That would be a thing. We'd still have to have some kind of better method here for Determining if a change has happened. Font looks so good? Yeah, it's all right. It's just whatever the default is. Same with the highlighting. I haven't changed any of that. It's great out of the box for me. Well then, a bit late, but at least I can say hello and ask how your week had been. So, hello, how was your week? See, I told you I was going to do it. It was all right. You know, it's still all just kind of a dumpster fire, but I got lots of project work done. I did grocery shopping. That was most of what I did. But, you know, it is what it is. How about you? How was your week? Noble goals? I mean, goals at least, right? Speaking of which, actually, I should check. See, those we can say are red and delete. Well, that's just nonsense. Nothing interesting there. Waged my eternal war irreconcilable on coffee. No victory in sight, but is an epic and long campaign. Yes. I did my part as well. As I do every day. I would have to go through these. And instead of just blindly wiping them out, dropping them on the floor, letting garbage collection work on them. I would have to it'd be easy to add them if they don't exist already, but that would break my order, which I believe currently is completely the same just by nature because of the way we start. Left and then right, left and then all around in the clockwise fashion. And I don't like that because if they stay the same in order, it's easier to work with. The other thing I would have to do is I would have to detect when they've been removed. Somehow I'm glad that I'm not allowed to drink coffee. All the people I know that drink coffee seem to have a really interesting relationship with it. Do you mean like the addicted relationship? Most days I take one latte decaf, and mostly because I enjoy the process of making it myself. I enjoy turning caffeine into code. Only around lunch or so. I'm glad I'm not in that state of I need coffee first thing in the morning. Need is a strong word. Prefer not to be without. Coffee makes life better. um, the other thing is, when we do this, I guess we could go through. I can quit anytime I want style thing? No. Um, I when I was young and dumb, I smoked cigarettes, so I'm very very familiar with the feeling of addiction and what it's like to be jonesing. Right? It's not the same, not for me anyway. Which is not to say that withdrawal is not a thing for caffeine. Like if you're used to drinking coffee every morning and you don't, like, or you drastically reduce, having headaches is common, and I've experienced that. But that's more of a like physiological thing. It's different. It's different. Put it that way. Most people I know are in the state of need coffee in the morning. When they don't have any, they're about as useful as a flat earther in a room full of physicists. Always tired, but at least not completely useless. When I was a little younger, I enjoyed a pipe every once in a while. I don't think I was ever in a state of I need it. Went through like one tobacco packet, like around 1 ounce, 36 grams, I think around 1 ounce in about 6 months. Yeah. When I first started, I mostly started because it was fun to steal them from my mom. Like, and I was a little rebel, right? Um, just a punk kid doing punk kid things. And for a long time, yeah, I was in the same boat. But then it snuck up on me. Got me good. I could compare as good a reason to try as any. I figure peer pressure and stuff. I mean, yeah, there's no good reason. I was just a dumb kid doing dumb kid things. And especially at first, it was also just about like it was fun to catch a buzz off of them, right? Me, the pipe was mainly for when a heavy smoking friend of mine visited because the smell of pipe was better and covered the smell of self rolled cigarettes. I haven't known that many people that smoked pipes. I never mastered the skill of inhaling it. Ah, yes. So it was quite literally just a taste thing. Yeah. Well, then if you're a super, super casual user too, like, you can get that buzz off of just the mouth, whatever absorbs through the lining of your mouth, right? I could build a new list and then compare them. Got that little buzz every time you done it? Yeah. But eventually, that goes away. But then you get a little bit if you start to inhale. But then it goes away mostly too. And it's just like, just a craving. And I still get them. Like, every so often, I'll just be like, man, I could really have a cigarette right now. But I won't, obviously. I still have dreams where I start smoking and I'm disappointed in myself afterwards. And then, like, I wake up still disappointed with myself. But it's wild to just, like, be sitting there and all of a sudden your brain is just like, hey, you should smoke a cigarette. I'm like, no, you're insane. Guess it was minimal use. Yeah. Stopped when I moved to Ireland because the building policy forbade smoking even on balconies. It's apparently a common theme here. Huh. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had a place that wouldn't let me smoke on balconies if I wanted to. There's definitely no smoking apartments. Actually quite lucky that I never got hooked on anything drug-like. Yes. Most of my friends drank alcohol, smoked cigarettes, and weed. Got a lot of peer pressure because I didn't fit in. Yeah, been there. People actually started to dislike me, not even for evil reasons. I was just an outsider. Yeah, you're different. The taste of everything was just so disgusting that I thought, nah, I'd rather be alone. I mean, that's fair. There was a lot of marijuana use when I was growing up in my area, in my school. Just wasn't for me. I wasn't interested in becoming like the people I saw that used it. They have some really weird building rules. Most buildings explicitly forbid drying laundry on balconies. I think my last apartment might have had that one. I know that they had rules about decorations and how long they could stay up to maintain the aesthetics of our community. Never found out why, but I suspect that having people doing laundry on balconies gives the apartment building an icky lower middle class look and feel. Maybe. That's what I took from the rules that existed in my last apartment, was that they wanted to be upmarket, right? When I don't think I've ever looked down on somebody drawing laundry. But that's just me. Hmm. Um, this is kind of going to be the only way to figure out. If this thing has changed, and I really don't want to, because it's gonna complicate this even further, and it's already kind of complicated. But it kind of has to be. We have connections. We can run it off of connections. Wait, no, that's okay. Yeah, yeah. Associated tiles should never change. So we can do this, and we can say if not, did we take out? We did take out finalized when we wanted to back up a second and think about whether or not we wanted to do this and to do a commit and all that. So if we're not finalized, we do this. And then we say this. And then we can do I guess we can just do the same check here. Associated tiles should be empty. So we can just do this. And only check once. think. I hope. And this actually wraps all of that. But if we did that, these don't get set. Crap. But weed was like the only sort of interesting drug to me because I'm a really anxious, nervous person. So something to combat that would be great. But in the end, I'm only interested in the CBD part of it. Never got my hands on any CBD, THC, or weed in general. So, yeah, I don't really know anything about that world, so I don't have any experiences to relate to that. But anxiety, I can relate to. I'm a ball of existential dread. That's just how I live. I don't really want to. Actually, what I could do. What I could do. Well, if we did associated tiles and just looped through them, that we wouldn't know their relation to one another. That's why we did these here, right? That's a little bit problematic. But we do know, because we're in our directional stuff, we know the order they were built in. And associated tiles is exported. Does that mean we're using it somewhere? Connect all associated tiles. That should... Okay, we still have that. Select tiles. That lives in here. That's fine. And when I remember your opinions about AI, the existential threat does not seem as bad as some other people's. It's not AI that causes me existential dread. It's existence that causes me existential dread. I think we're fine. We don't want to mess with type gen. We'll rerun that in a second here. What? It's a weird invalid. What are you doing, JetBrains? So now that we did that, let me just real quick run generate again so it takes that out, hopefully. While we do this, meow, your title has me intrigued. Well, I'm glad. So then We need to guard the rest of these if we're going to do this. And let's make sure that our type gen, yes, that updated. Wait, no. What is a MUD game engine, if I may ask? Well, it's going to blow your mind. It's a game engine that runs a MUD game. Change rights to disk and connection form. View connection form. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, this was form. That's why I'm like, why? It should say it's changed. Not you. You. Only one. Okay, yeah, there it goes. It was just being slow. A MUD game. Does MUD stand for an abbreviation or just MUD? It does stand for an abbreviation. It stands for Multi-User Dungeon. They were the old style. So, like, if you go back to Zork, right? Computers were bad, so we had text games. And then computers got a little less bad, and we got the internet. So MUDs were kind of like the prototypical MMO. You could play Zork online with your friends. And they still kind of exist. They're not huge anymore, but you know. Very cool. I'm glad you think so. I think it's kind of a silly project, but it's a lot of fun. So, here I am. Then we nil those. For now, that's fine. Let's just put these inside of here real quick. We'll need to change that in a second. The silly projects are sometimes the most interesting. Yes, I think so too. It's fun because it makes me solve game engine problems, which I'd never had to solve before, right? But it's also not, you know, like, I'm not trying to build a 3D engine here, so the bar is lower. But do the dungeons still have mud? Not yet. They need to be able to. And you need to be able to tell the engine what impact mud in a tile should have, right? Should it be hard to move? Should you like have a chance to fail? Stuff like that. Right now, specifically, we're working on the map editor so that you can build a dungeon / world. Chance to slip, yeah. Just getting the basic editor functionality up now for the map, which will help to build maps, which will help to add additional functions once we get enough things in place to start consuming them for real. But right now, this is just a test map where all the tiles are connected, but these should have extra things in them, like terrain type and stuff. So. Whoa? Whoa, what? Whoa, stop? Because this flips and flops, because this is smart, and it does both directions, what we can do... Well, cool. I'm glad you think so. And we know there's only 2 in a horizontal. Well, it's not technically true. For now, it's true. And we're going to go with it for now. So instead of origin tile, in fact, we're going to get rid of origin and destination as we go here. This is we have an associated tiles, and 0 is not nil, and 1 is not nil. Yeah, I don't think I want to save a local variable just for this. We'll just do... Ooh, that's why we were doing this, because... No, this is fine. Well, we just need to do tile on it. I was thinking I had to type assert for a second there. And then this block, it's actually going to look exactly the same, because there's only 2. And then we can get rid of origin tile and destination tile here. Here is where it gets a little bit more tricky. Why do I have body doubling as a tag on my stream? Because people like to come in and body double. They like to have me playing in the background so that they can work on other projects. It helps some people to focus on a task or to feel less lonely / like somebody else is present and helping them to be accountable. So we do... Yes, okay, we can still do this. Because we do these first, which is the diagonals, and because we go back and forth. I already got the feeling this is a very good lurk atmosphere. Good, good. You're super welcome to lurk if you want to. Thought body doubling was the same as being a double to a person. It is a weird term, and I only found out about it because other people were talking about it. I thought it was weird too, and I went and looked it up. I was like, what in the heck even is that? And that's what I learned about. It's apparently a big thing, especially for a lot of people that have ADHD. They just find it super helpful, and I've always had lurkers that like to come in and never say anything and just chill, and they're welcome to. I'm happy if I can help people focus, right? So here, we don't actually need to do this at all. Take you out of here and you out of here. I'm going to grab this because this is going to look similar. We're going to do 0, 1. Where's my horizontals in this? Northeast and southeast. Oh, this is northwest and southeast. This is northeast and southwest. Good luck on the rest of your stream. It's late for me, so I need to go sleep. Hey, well, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that, and have yourself a wonderful night. Sleep well. So have my side-by-side stuff been broken completely this whole time? For diagonals? It'd have to be, right? Because I switch on the direction here. This should be this. This should be this. What can I not? I can't. Okay, crap. Because one exists. Right. I actually have to test something like that. If it helps people with ADHD, it'll probably help me too. I mean, yeah, it's worth a try. It's not for everybody. Like everything I read about it said like some people find it super helpful, other people just get distracted, and it's very much a case by case thing. Instead of using a switch here, I'm just going to use some if statements because then they can fall through correctly. And then this can be or diagonal. Same thing here. Diagonal. Using the right words helps. And then this is only for diagonals. And we get rid of that, get rid of that. I'm super curious if this was a bug before and I just didn't notice. Shouldn't have been. That's so weird. I feel like I must be missing something. But I'm gonna do a bit of reading and then head to bed. Have a nice day and nice dreams. Still really weird to wish someone a nice day when heading to bed. Time zones are so weird. Yes. Have yourself a wonderful night and enjoy your reading. We'll catch you some other time. I'll be here tomorrow. These should no longer be 0 and 1. We have 0, 1, 2, 3. This should be 4 and 5. We need to make sure. Oh crap, that's it's not gonna work. Because it'll be 0 and 1 for be 0 and 1 for the vertical as well. In the case of a diagonal, as it's bubbling through here, and it won't be vertical. It'll be 2 and 3. So what we actually need to do, we can still use all of this to build these. That's fine. This can set up our associated tiles, no problemo. But here, we need to do this in a different way. And because we build them in pairs always, we can do this, I think. And then thinking here about I'm shooting myself in the foot or not. I don't think I am. I think I need, if just in case we have some, for some reason, somehow an odd number here. Oh my gosh. My brain's getting crispy. It's greater than or equal to. Because if it's equal to, then it's over, yeah. Then we can do error off of CT. It won't be an error though. It'll be a message snack bar. We're just going to put our own error in it that says odd number of. Actually, we could do this. No, we'll do it here. Odd number of associated tiles. Skipping last index. Well, let's just do that and return here. Otherwise, this is I plus 1. If they're both not nil, then we connect between them, and because find valid transits goes both directions, that should cover us. Okay. Oh, something blew up. Where was it? Tile go 173. Okay. Thought I checked, but you know. Connections. Action tile 496 leads us there. This. Ah. Why would you be there now? We know you're a room tile. Ah. We need to check the tiles being nil here. Because the widget always exists. They just don't necessarily have odd number associated tiles. Okay. Where, though? Down here at the end. You should have 8. Why don't you have 8? Why didn't that last one actually get populated either? Oh, right, because we deleted him for the test. Duh. But that shouldn't still. That still shouldn't. Ugh. Oh, right. Okay. This is correct to check this. Getting confused because these guys are the visual UI tiles, but underneath, but why would you be nil though? Because we don't check anymore. We used to check. We don't check anymore that the okay, yeah. We used to check here, or rather, we assigned these here as the game map tile, and then we used to check that exclusively. Well, no, that shouldn't cause it either. So why would there be an odd one? Because again, I'm getting confused. Because Well, odd number of associated tiles is odd still. But the panic is because we do need to check tile here. There's no point in checking the view tile. View tile should always be there. And if we put something in U just for the sake of argument and reload, we still get an odd number of associated tiles. At and we'll do view coordinates. We'll make them pretty just for this. The thing with stuff, 1920. So if this is 2020, 1920 would be here, and it does because it's outside. One, two, three, four, five is an odd number. So if this guy, we do horizontal first, that's 0 and 1. This is just 2. There is no 3. That's problematic. I think this is why I was doing it the way I was, even though it was kind of duplicatey, because of this headache. But if they have an odd, that means that a lot of things had odd. It just, the last message overrode it. Because everything on a corner will have odd. But that does mean we don't need to do stuff with it. So maybe this isn't actually a problem. In the sense of the concept, because this means that we must be on a border, so we don't need to check our connections. That true? Yes. believe. And then we can get rid of that. Maybe. That was an interesting thing to have come up. It's not a pointer to a map. That's why I need to fix my logging. Not a pointer to map widget, got a connection widget instead. But it's all right. Let me reload that. $18.19. Tiles.connection tile. View grid at location 1819 is not a pointer to map tile widget, instead got tiles connection tile. This should be 1819, right? No. It'd be here. Okay, this plan, not good plan. We're going to fix that right quick. Turns out this was a mistake. I forgot to tack on a new line on the other one as well. For I should print F as well. Gosh, my brain, it is gone. Okay, that's that. One more. New line on you, so that we can actually read it in the console. Oh, oops. Now, oh, that's not coming. What? Not coming from you. Where are you coming from then? Print, 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 print. Ah, from the ones I forgot. This. That. 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 Okay, so. Yeah, we get a lot of these. And we used to log them. So it's something in the move or the rework that has refactor that has caused this to be a thing now. 1,0 is not a pointer to map tile widget. But it's the view grid. So this should be 1,0. Well, yeah, of course that's not going to be a map tile. Ah. It's because diagonals are in there now. They weren't in there before. This is a diagonal. So it's correct. Do we still derive value from this? Yeah. Yeah, because it helps us to know if things are happening out of order. If it's like a nil pointer or something. Um, we do this. We do that. And we say, oh, that's why the horizontals, oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. That's why horizontal tiles don't have north and south. Because they don't have north and south. What was I thinking? This is still fine, though. We can go back to switching on direction. This goes away, this goes away, this goes away, this goes away. This stays. This all becomes case horizontal. Case vertical. Case diagonal. This still works and allows us to not have duplicated code in here. And we also skip stuff, which is fine. I took that out of here, right? No, I didn't. I need to. Okay. That silences those because now we're not checking them anymore, as we shouldn't be. Yes. Good. Am I happy with that though? Or For now, yes. I would rather have this done once. Let's go ahead and commit this because this big refactor to pull this over is good. I like this. I want this to live over here. We've tidied this up a lot now that it lives here and has access to everything. Quite happy with that part. And with not recalculating associated tiles. Ooh, except this is going to bite us as soon as we go to add things outside of the border. But that's fine because we're going to recreate the map if we reload it bigger. Or if we change the size, we will reload it as a bigger map. So they'll need to be refinalized anyway. So I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah. I hope. Unless I'm missing some other stupid thing. Let's do a commit. Don't do double work or repeated work identifying associated tiles. Just recheck them as appropriate. Push that up. Okay, so that eliminates some duplicated work. The thing about connections now is we need to check if they've changed or not. And how do I want to do that? I can rebuild and see if there's a difference. I guess if the length is different, we just know for free it's changed. That's the primary thing we're trying to avoid here. Or to determine here, I should say. And then I guess we just go through there. Because we get them in a line. If we go to I guess we do know what indexes should be what at this point. Because we're only checking 2 at a time. Except for that would kind of break. We would have to do. We'd build the list here and compare them. I guess that's fine, right? I don't see a reason that wouldn't be perfectly acceptable. And then we just swap them out if they've changed and then raise the flag. Let's do that. Right here, delete that. Down here, we say current connections connection. Except for I don't want this. I'm going to do this way. So I don't want this to be nil. I want it to be empty. That's the difference between things that we can easily check on, right? This appends to not this, but current connections. And then here, what we say is the length of the current connections isn't the same as the length of my connections. Send change. Return. No, I lied. Sorry. I want to do this the other way around. I want to say if they're equal. Or do I? If they're not equal. Dot connections equals current connections. Send the change and run. Return. Otherwise, for I range current connections, if I is greater than len ct connections minus 1, I shouldn't need to check this though. It should be fine because I've just checked it to be sure that they're the same length. I was just worried about out of index there. Or out of bounds. The crap. Yeah. If current connections at I is not the same as the CT connections, not one I, except, can I do that? Yes, I can. But I want to dereference these, I believe, so that they compare values, not pointer. And then we send a change, and then we return the first time it happens. If we find anything that's out of order or different, it's a change. So if this is correct, I run this, it should not be saying that anything has changed or any unsafe changes exist. Like so. Womp. Oh no! This needs to be guarded by actually what I do is if this isn't finalized, wait, that shouldn't matter. Because if it was nothing and it's now something, then this should trigger. But it doesn't. And it doesn't populate. Is it because... Oh, Am I still inside of something? In particular block? No, that's a switch. Ah, I forgot to change this. Silly mongoose. Got ahead of myself again. Now, there we go. Oh, as soon as I click on it, though, unsave changes. Why though? Why you do this? Ah, it's because I did never set. I need to do that in update data. If finalized, if it's not finalized, so the first time we run update data, finalizes it. No, it still says unsave changes. Ah, because. Right here we can say if this is not finalized, then set it and put it you here instead. And then return. And then we don't need this here. I like it better that way. Anyway, that's a much better place. Open map, no changes. Clicky things, no changes. Okay, good, good. If I come in here and I whop, whop, no one said changes. Why not though? If I delete one, that works. That kind of points to my equality check here. Oh. Not there. Here. Destination direction. This doesn't have this doesn't have the description in there. It lives on tiles still. Could though. We could put them in there. That way we can compare. Let's do put the description text inside of the connection object so that we can compare. Question mark? But other than that, if I was to, for instance, come in here and we'll put you in, we'll save. And if I was to then connect you, then it would fire. If I was to reload this again, need to fix reload for this testing. So we would have our room, but no connections. And then I was to come in and boop, that fires. Okay, so it's only the descriptions that we need to change to be able to detect this, and that'll be working. But it is now time for me to go do something else, work on projects, most notably eat lunch, and do the other little things that I need to do in a day. I stream for roughly 4 hours, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of thing and you're here right now, if you show up tomorrow at right now, but 4 hours ago, I should be here doing this, and I'd love to see you again. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out and all the great chats we had and everything else. And I'd love to see you again. And if